There's a moment, just as twilight deepens, when the sea and sky become indistinguishable, a shimmering veil where the known world fades into mystery. Imagine standing at the edge of that horizon, the salt-kissed wind tangling your hair, your heart pounding with the weight of an impossible choice. This is where our story begins, with Erendil the mariner, a lone figure silhouetted against the endless expanse. His ship Vingalot, cutting through the waves like a blade through silk. The fate of Middle-earth rests on his shoulders, and the stars above seem to pulse with secrets only he can unravel. Wherever you're joining us from tonight, whether it's the hush of midnight or the golden glow of dawn, we'd love to know, what time does your own journey into rest begin? Let us know in the comments below, because this is a tale that transcends borders and hours, a story woven into the very fabric of the heavens. Erendil's voyage is more than a legend. It's a testament to the courage it takes to sail into the unknown when despair whispers at your back. The Valar's aid is his only hope, but the path to their realm is cloaked in twilight, where celestial winds sing of ancient prophecies and the constellations themselves lean close to listen. Can you feel it? The tension in the air, the way the ship's timbers creak as if straining toward destiny. This isn't just a journey across water or sky, it's a crossing into myth, where every ripple in the cosmos holds the echo of a choice that could save or doom a world. And so we set sail with him into that liminal space where heroes are forged. The stars here aren't just distant lights, they're living witnesses, their glow a map written in fire and shadow. Erendil's story is ours too, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, there are those who dare to look upward, to chase the faintest glimmer of hope. So let the rhythm of the waves lull you deeper into this celestial odyssey, where every whisper of the wind carries the promise of wonders yet unseen. The night is vast, but so is the courage of the mariner who sails it. Shall we follow him together? The weight of the star glass in Erendil's palm is both comfort and burden, a sliver of radiance cupped between his fingers, pulsing like a heartbeat stolen from the heavens. Círdan's parting words linger in the salt-heavy air. Even the brightest light casts shadows, and it is in those shadows that truth hides. The old elf's gaze had been unreadable, as if he already foresaw the tempests gathering beyond the horizon. Now, as Vingalot's sails snap taut against the mounting wind, the sea itself seems to rebel. Waves rise like coiled serpents, their crests shattering into phosphorescent spray, while beneath the surface, ghostly luminescence flickers, a chorus of unspoken warnings written in blue fire. Is it the Valor testing his resolve, or some deeper magic stirring from the depths? Erendil's grip tightens around the star glass as the first true gust howls through the rigging. Mariners' tales whisper of such nights, when the ocean breathes with a will of its own, when every decision is a pact with fate. To heed the omens might mean altering course into uncharted waters, where reefs lie in wait like the teeth of some great beast. Yet to dismiss them, to trust only in the steadiness of his hands and the strength of his ship, could be arrogance disguised as courage. The line between wisdom and folly is as thin as the edge of a knife, and the stars above offer no answers, only their cold, distant witness. What would you do if the path ahead split into 100 shimmering possibilities, each more treacherous than the last? The star glass flares suddenly, its light slicing through the gloom to paint the sails in silver. For a heartbeat, The sea stills as if holding its breath. Then, from the abyss, a sound, not a roar, but a hum, deep and resonant, vibrating through the hull. It is neither threat nor invitation, but a question. And Erendil, alone beneath the wheeling constellations, knows this is the moment the legends will remember. Not the storm, nor the fear, but the choice that comes after. The mariner lifts his face to the gale, and the light in his palm burns brighter, as if in answer. The storm doesn't build, it erupts. One moment, the sea is a sheet of liquid silver, reflecting the constellations like scattered jewels. The next, the sky splits open with a thunderclap that shakes Vingalot's mast, and the waves rear up like living things, their crests clawing at the hull. Erendil's muscles burn as he wrestles the tiller, his boots slipping on the rain-slicked deck. The Tempest reeks of something beyond nature, salt and ozone laced with the metallic tang of malice. This is no ordinary squall. The wind shrieks in voices too sharp, too knowing, as if the storm itself remembers his name. Through the chaos, Elwing's face flickers in his mind, her laughter like sunlight on water, the way she'd pressed their son's tiny hands to her lips before he sailed. Remember, she'd whispered, even the stars were born from darkness. The memory is a lifeline, but it's also a knife twist of guilt. Every league he travels away from them feels like a betrayal, yet turning back would doom the very world they call home. The storm screams louder, as if it hears his thoughts, and a wave crashes over the bow, icy fingers dragging at his legs. Duty and love, love and duty. The words beat in time with his racing heart. The mariner grits his teeth as another gust nearly tears the sails from their ropes. This is the test the Valor never warned him about. Not just the strength to face monsters or navigate starless voids, but the courage to hold fast when every instinct screams to retreat. The tempest mirrors the war inside him, the crashing waves his doubt, the howling wind his fear. Then a lull, just a breath really, a pause in the onslaught long enough for Arundil to glimpse the sky. Between the racing clouds, a single star burns steady, its light undimmed. It's no constellation he recognizes. Could it be a sign, a trick? The storm gathers itself for another assault, but in that heartbeat of stillness, the mariner makes his choice. He loosens one hand from the tiller, just enough to touch the star glass at his chest. It answers with a warmth that seeps through his ribs, steady as a heartbeat. The next wave towers higher than the mast, black as oblivion. Arundil doesn't flinch. He plants his feet, channels every shred of hope, of longing, of stubborn, foolish love into his grip on the ship's wheel, and sings. Not a spell, not a plea, but the lullaby Elwing once hummed to their crying infants. The notes raw and off-key but alive. The wave hangs suspended. The wind holds its breath. And for the first time since the storm began, the mariner smiles. Let the gales come, let the heavens rage. He is Arundil, and he carries more than a star's light. He carries the reason it shines at all. The sea erupts again, but the song lingers, tangled in the rigging, humming through the wood of the ship. It won't calm the storm, but it will remind it, and him, that some things are fiercer than fear. The storm doesn't so much end as unravel, its fury dissolving into strands of mist that coil around Vingalot's prow like spectral fingers. The sea grows eerily still, the water so smooth, it mirrors the sky's bruised twilight, and that's when Arundil sees it, an island where no island should be. Jagged cliffs rise from the haze, their peaks lost in swirling vapor, and from somewhere beyond the shore comes a sound. Not wind, not waves, but something achingly familiar. Music, or the ghost of it, notes half remembered, melodies that tug at his bones like the echo of a dream upon waking. The mariner's hand drifts to the star glass, its light now dimmed to a slow, steady pulse. He knows better than to trust mirages in these waters, where the boundaries between worlds grow thin. Yet the song persists, threading through the mist, and with it comes a scent. Not salt or seaweed, but myrrh and damp earth, like a garden after rain. Something in that fragrance makes his chest tighten. It smells like home, not the home he left behind, but the home he's never known, the one that lives in the quietest chambers of the heart. A shadow detaches itself from the rocks, a figure wrapped in a cloak that seems spun from the mist itself. Their face is hidden, but their voice, when it comes, is neither young nor old, neither kind nor cruel. It simply is. You hear them too, don't you? They murmur, gesturing toward the unseen singers, the ones who came before, the ones who chose wrong. The words hang in the air, heavier than they should be. Erendil's fingers twitch toward his sword, but the figure shakes their head. Steel won't serve you here, child of starlight. Only silence, only listening. The island's secret unfolds slowly, reluctantly. The songs, the figure explains, belong to those who sought the same path Erendil now walks. Mariners, scholars, fools, and kings who reached for the heavens and found only echoes. Some strayed too far into the mist and forgot their names. Others bartered their memories for answers and became ghosts of their former selves. Wisdom has a price, the figure whispers, extending a hand. In their palm rests a single silver key, its edges worn smooth by time. This will open the door you seek, but every door swings both ways. Erendil's breath catches. The key gleams with the same otherworldly light as the star glass, and he knows with a certainty that chills him that this is no ordinary choice. To take it would be to accept a burden far older than his quest. Yet the Valar's realm feels farther away than ever, and the shores of Middle-earth grow dim in his mind like a candle guttering in the wind. The figure watches, patient as the tide. They do not urge, do not threaten. They simply wait, as countless others have waited before them, for the mariner to weigh the cost of knowing against the terror of wandering blind. Somewhere beyond the mist, a new note rises in the island's song, clearer now, almost triumphant. It's the sound of a choice being made. Erendil closes his eyes. The key is cold against his skin when he takes it, colder still when the figure leans close and whispers the last terrible truth. Remember, the light you carry was never meant to guide you home. It was meant to guide you onward. The words settle into his ribs like stones. When he opens his eyes, the island is gone, the sea empty save for the first pale stars trembling above. Only the key remains, humming faintly in his grasp, and the dawning realization that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The deck of Vingalot shudders, not from waves, but from the impossible sensation of weightlessness as the ship breaches the final veil of clouds. Suddenly, the air is crystalline, colder than winter's heart, and the stars are no longer distant pinpricks, but blazing spheres close enough to scorch the rigging. Erendil's breath fogs before him, each exhale a fleeting constellation. Below, Middle-earth is a smudge of shadow and silver, its wars and sorrows reduced to whispers. Above, the sky is alive. The constellations twist like dancers mid-revel, their ancient forms dissolving and reforming. A great bear becomes a ship, a harp melts into a flaming eye, and for one vertiginous moment, the mariner swears the stars are watching him back. A chime rings through the void, pure and piercing as shattered glass. Between Vingalot's prow and the swirling path of stars, the air ripples like disturbed water. From that ripple steps a figure robed in light so brilliant it has no color at all, their features shifting like sand beneath a tide. When they speak, their voice is the sound of 1,000 winds weaving through celestial trees. No mortal hull has pierced these realms since the world's making. They intone, not in challenge, but in sorrow. Turn back, little mariner. The sky is not meant for those who bleed. Erendil's fingers tighten on the tiller, his pulse a drumbeat against his ribs. He could list his lineage. Elven and mortal blood mingled like gold and copper in his veins, or brandish the star glass as a talisman. But the being's gaze strips him bare, laying waste to pretense. So he does the only thing left. He tells the truth, not of his deeds or his birthright, but of the hollows under his eyes from nights spent steering by dying stars, of the way his children's laughter haunts his dreams, of the terrible, crushing love for a world that may never know his name. His voice cracks like thin ice, raw with the weight of it all. I bleed, he admits, but I bleed for them. Silence pools between them, vast and depthless. The celestial being tilts their head, and for the first time, their light dims to something almost gentle. You speak of sacrifice, they murmur, yet you do not understand its shape. With a gesture, the stars rearrange themselves not into constellations, but into scenes. A father kneeling beside an empty cradle, a queen offering her crown to a beggar, a soldier lowering his sword in the heart of battle. These are the threads that bind the heavens, the being continues. Not glory, not triumph, but the moment one soul chooses to bear another's pain. The star glass at Arundil's throat flares suddenly, its light merging with the celestial radiance until the two are indistinguishable. The being steps aside, their cloak billowing into a bridge of shimmering dust. Pass, then, they sigh, but know this, the sky remembers, it will take from you what it pleases. The path ahead unfurls like a scroll of living night, studded with stars that pulse in time with the mariner's breath. As Vingalot glides forward, the being's final warning lingers, not as words, but as a coldness seeping into Arundil's bones, the creeping certainty that some prices are paid not in blood or gold, but in pieces of the self, left behind like footprints on an endless shore. The ship climbs higher, the air thinning until each gasp burns like fire. Yet the mariner stands firm, his gaze fixed on the swirling heavens. For the first time, he sees the truth. The sky isn't a place. It's a living thing, and it's testing him, not with blades or storms, but with the terrible, beautiful weight of its attention. Somewhere ahead, the Valor wait. But between them and him stretches an ocean of stars, each one a question, each one a choice. The path ahead shimmers like a river of molten silver, its surface rippling with half-formed faces that rise and dissolve before their whispers can fully take shape. Erendil steers Vingalot forward, but the ship no longer obeys the wind. It's the light itself that pulls them now, the star glass blazing at his throat like a trapped sun. The celestial gates loom in the distance, not as doors or arches, but as a fracture in the sky, a wound stitched with threads of gold, and lining the path, the spirits. They stand motionless, their forms woven from stardust and memory, their eyes hollows of infinite night. The first reaches out a hand, and suddenly the air tastes of smoke and iron. Turn back, it murmurs, its voice the echo of a dying campfire. Your wife's arms are warm, your son's voice is sweet. Who are you to trade their tomorrows for a fool's errand? The words slither under Erendil's skin, coiling around his ribs like vines. He sees them, then Elwing's hands, clutching empty air at dawn, the twins' unanswered questions hanging in the silent halls of their home. The vision is so sharp, it steals his breath, but the star glass pulses, and with it comes another image, the same halls reduced to cinders, the same voices choked by shadow. The spirit recoils as if burned. The next spirit offers no warnings, only a crown, a circlet of black ice that drips constellations. Take it, it hisses, pressing the frigid weight into his palms. Kingship, over all the skies, dominion where no elf or man has ruled before. The crown thrums with a terrible music, promising armies of comets at his command, tides of stars bent to his will. For a heartbeat, Arundil falters. Power like this could shield Middle-earth forever. But then he remembers the key in his pocket, the island's warning about doors that swing both ways. He throws the crown aside. It shatters against the path, each shard screaming as it melts into the void. The spirits come faster now, their tests peeling back layers of his resolve like skin from fruit. One offers forgetfulness, another vengeance. A third, with eyes like cracked amber, simply holds up a mirror, and in it, Erendil sees not his own face, but 1,000 other mariners who stood where he stands now. Their ships are bone, their sails cobwebs. The sky consumes, the spirit croons. It always has, but the mariner has learned this. The greatest lies wear the faces of truth. He touches the star glass again, and this time, he doesn't just hold it, he opens himself to it. Light erupts, not outward, but inward, flooding his veins until he glows like a beacon. The spirits wail, their forms unraveling into smoke. You would burn yourself to ash for them, one shrieks. Erendil's answer is quiet, final, I would burn twice. The gates shudder, the path ahead solidifies, not into gold or silver, but into something far more fragile, a bridge of spider silk and breath, threaded with the voices of everyone he's ever loved. It shouldn't hold his weight, it does, because the final test was never about strength, or cleverness, or even courage. It was about the terrible arithmetic of love. How much can one heart carry before it breaks? And the answer, whispered back to him by the trembling stars, is this: more, always more. The air in the halls of the Valor doesn't just hum, it resonates, a vibration so deep it settles in the marrow, as if the very stones remember the song of creation. Erendil's knees meet the floor, not in submission, but in recognition of the moment's weight. The Valor's gaze is neither warm nor cold. It is the patient stare of mountains, of tides, of trees that have watched empires rise and fall without blinking. And in that silence, the mariner feels himself laid bare, not just his deeds, but the spaces between them, the nights he doubted, the breaths he stole between battles. The way his hands shook when he first held his sons, terrified he'd already failed them, by bringing them into a world so fractured. One by one, the lords of the West step forward. Man, whose voice is the sigh of wind through high passes, asking of the tempests Erendil weathered and the choices he made when the stars went dark. Varda's eyes, twin pools of starlight, traced the scars on his palms, not just from ropes and swords, but from clutching the star glass until it seared his skin. You carried light, she murmurs, but did you ever let it carry you? The question lingers unanswered as Ulmo rises from his throne of foam and brine. His presence smells of deep currents and things lost beneath the waves. He doesn't speak. He simply cups his hands, and in them swirls every tear Erendil shed at sea, salty proof of the cost of his voyage. Then comes Mandos, his face half hidden in shadow. When he opens his ledger, the pages don't rustle, they echo with the voices of the dead. Lineage is more than blood, he intones, and suddenly Erendil is drowning in memories not his own. His father's last stand at Gondolin, his mother's desperate flight through fire, the countless souls who perished so that he might stand here now. The weight of their sacrifices presses down, a mantle heavier than any crown. Do you owe them this? Mandos asks, and for the first time, the mariner wavers. Is his quest truly duty, or is it guilt wearing a hero's mask? But the Valar's judgment isn't done. Nienna, her tears like liquid silver, reaches out. Where they fall, the marble floor blooms with flowers wrought from mist. Grief has been your compass, she whispers. Let it also be your teacher. And in her words, Erendil understands the final test. The Valar don't seek a flawless champion. They seek one who has stared into the abyss and still chosen to kindle light. The star glass pulses at his throat, not as a weapon or a shield, but as a mirror, reflecting back every scar, every fear, every stubborn spark of hope he carried across the void. The silence stretches, taut as a bowstring. Then, at last, Manwë lifts his hand. The wind stills. The very air seems to lean closer. Speak, he commands, and the word is neither kindness nor condemnation. It is an offering, a chance to weave his own thread into the tapestry. Erendil exhales, and with that breath, he lets go of every polished plea he rehearsed in the dark. What spills forth isn't eloquence, it's the raw, unshaped truth of a man who has sailed beyond the edge of the world and found only one certainty, that love, even fractured, is still a compass. That sometimes the most sacred act isn't victory, but the refusal to surrender the light to the dark. The Valar exchange glances, and in that wordless communion, something shifts. The hall itself seems to sigh, the tension dissolving like salt in warm water. They don't smile, they don't applaud, but when Varda rises, her cloak of constellations swirling around her, the stars themselves brighten, just a fraction, as if in welcome. The mariner's heart pounds. This isn't an answer, not yet, but it's something far rarer, a moment suspended between the ending of one story and the beginning of another, quivering with the terrible, beautiful weight of what comes next. The silence in the hall of the Valar is not empty. It hums with the weight of centuries, of decisions that shaped the world from its first dawn. Erendil stands motionless, the star glass cold against his chest, as the lords of the West withdraw into a circle of murmurs. Their voices are not words but vibrations, the rumble of glaciers shifting, the groan of continents settling. Each syllable seems to ripple through the air like a stone dropped into a bottomless pool, and the mariner feels them in his teeth, in the hollow of his ribs. Time stretches thin here. A breath could be a heartbeat or an age. His mind claws for distraction, for anything to anchor him against the torment of waiting. Memories surge unbidden, the scent of pine resin in the shipyards of the havens, the way the lantern swayed in the evening breeze, casting fractured light on faces he may never see again. Elwing's hands, always warm even in the deepest cold, weaving strands of seashells into their son's hair. The twins' laughter, bright and heedless, echoing through corridors that now feel like relics of a dream. He closes his eyes, but the images only sharpen. Then, a flicker at the edge of his vision. Not memory, not imagination, but something sharper, brighter. Elwing stands on a windswept shore, her silhouette carved against a sky streaked with smoke. She isn't weeping. She isn't calling his name. She simply stands, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea meets the sky, her fingers curled around the very same star glass he carries. And in that moment, Erendil understands the cruelest truth of all. This journey was never his alone. Every league he sailed, she has matched in stillness. Every storm he weathered, she has endured in silence. The realization is a knife to the gut. A murmur rises among the Valar, a shift in tone, a gathering like thunderheads before the strike. Erendil's pulse stutters. This is the precipice, not of battle or storm, but of something far more terrifying. The moment when gods weigh the fate of mortals in hands that have cupped galaxies. The mariner lifts his chin. Let them see the salt stains on his cheeks, the cracks in his resolve. Let them see the raw, unvarnished truth of a man who has nothing left to offer but the trembling hands he raises now, empty save for the light they carry. The vision of Elwing fades, but the echo of her presence lingers, a whisper in his bones. You are not alone. And so he waits, not as a supplicant or a hero, but as a man who has learned, at last, that the greatest courage lies not in certainty, but in standing firm when the ground beneath you is made of nothing but hope and starlight. The verdict comes not as a pronouncement, but as a slow unfolding, a dawning awareness that settles over Erendil like the first light of a new age. The Valar do not speak their judgment aloud. Instead, the air itself thickens with meaning, the weight of centuries pressing down until the mariner's breath catches in his throat. Barda steps forward, her cloak of constellations swirling, and when she lifts her hand, the star glass at Erendil's chest detaches itself, floating upward until it hovers between them. It pulses once, twice, then fractures into 1,000 shards of light that rearrange themselves into a new constellation, a ship with sails of silver flame, its prow cutting through the night like a blade through velvet. This is their gift and their sentence. The Valar will intercede for Middle-earth, yes, but the mariner who bridged the gap between worlds can never again walk upon its shores. His fate is written in those shimmering stars, to become both guide and exile, his body forged into something neither mortal nor divine, his ship a fixed point in the heavens for all who wander in darkness. The silence that follows is not cruel, but it is absolute, leaving room for nothing but the ragged sound of Erendil's breathing as the truth takes root. He thinks of Elwing first, not her face, but her hands, calloused from years of clutching hope, like a lifeline. Would she feel the warmth of his touch through the cold veil of the stars? Would their sons grow tall beneath a sky that held their father hostage? The questions are knives, but the answer is already there, woven into the very fabric of the Valar's decree. Love must sometimes wear the face of absence to keep its promises. A choice, that's all he's ever had in the end. Not between good and evil, but between one sacrifice and another. Erendil closes his eyes, and in the darkness behind his lids, he sees the shores of Middle-earth as they might be, not burning, not broken, but bathed in the quiet light of a star no one can name. When he opens them again, his voice doesn't shake. Let it be so. 3 words to seal a covenant older than the mountains. The transformation is not painless. His bones become beams of radiance, his breath the wind that fills Vingalot's eternal sails. The last thing he feels is the press of the star glass, now the Silmaril against what was once his chest, its light searing away the final traces of mortality. The last thing he hears is the distant cry of gulls, or perhaps Elwing's voice, or perhaps only the sigh of the cosmos as it makes room for one more light. And then, ascension. The ship rises not through water or air, but through the layers of existence itself, until the earth is a pale jewel far below, and the stars are close enough to touch. Arundil the mariner is gone. In his place sails something new, a beacon, a warning, a testament written in fire across the vault of heaven. The Valar keep their word. Armies muster at the edges of the world. Hope flickers anew in the hearts of the weary. But high above, where the sky bleeds into eternity, a single star burns brighter than all others, its light laced with the ghost of a lullaby by only 2 small boys might remember. The light doesn't just surround Erendil, it becomes him. His fingers, once calloused from ropes and salt-crusted wood, now shimmer like molten glass. His breath stirs the celestial winds, each exhale scattering motes of stardust that catch in Vingalot's rigging. The ship itself is reborn beneath him, its timbers fused with the radiance of the Silmaril, its sails no longer cloth, but living auroras that ripple with colors no mortal eye has names for. He should feel weightless. He doesn't. The crown of the heavens presses down like a physical thing, its brilliance searing away the last remnants of the man he was. Below, Middle-earth sprawls a tapestry of shadow and fragile light. The war-torn plains of Beleriand, the emerald glens of Osiriand, the smoldering ruins of Gondolin, all reduced to the size of a child's palm. Yet somehow, the distance sharpens his vision rather than dulls it. He sees the tiny figures of elves and men huddled around campfires, their faces upturned as the first glimmer of his new form pierces the twilight. Some weep, some kneel. One, a woman with silver-streaked hair, reaches upward as if to pluck him from the sky. Elwing, the name is a crack in his celestial armor, a fissure through which pours every unspoken goodbye. But the Valar's decree allows no farewells. Already, the pull of his fixed course tugs at him, the cosmic current, carrying Vingalot toward its eternal birth among the constellations. He tries to memorize it all, the curve of the rivers like veins of quicksilver, the way the mountains jut like broken teeth against the horizon. But the memories blur, slipping through his grasp like sand. The pain is exquisite, a paradox. To love a world so deeply, you become its light, yet never again feel its soil beneath your feet. The stars themselves seem to lean closer, their whispers the only comfort now. You are not lost, they murmur, you are found, and perhaps they're right. For as the last threads of his mortality dissolve, Erendil realizes the truth. His journey was never about reaching an end. It was about becoming the path. The mariner lifts his face, what was once his face, to the infinite dark, and for the first time, he does not sail the heavens. He is the heavens, and so the star of Erendil rises, a constant in the chaos, a promise etched in fire against the night. Far below, a child points skyward. A weary traveler takes heart. A mother hums an old lullaby, her voice trembling with something like recognition. The light does not answer. It does not need to. Some stories are not meant to be told, only seen, only felt, burning silent and steadfast against the gathering dark. The wind shifts along the shores of Arvanian, not with the usual salt-tinged gust, but with a hush, as if the air itself is holding its breath. Elwing's hand still over the seashell necklace she's mending, the twine slipping from her fingers. It's the silence that unnerves her first, the way the gulls cease their crying mid-flight, the way the waves lap at the sand like whispers. Then warmth, a sudden, searing heat against her chest, where the second Silmaril rests, its light pulsing through the fabric of her gown like a second heartbeat. She looks up. The sky, moments ago a tapestry of twilight blues, is now split by a single point of radiance. A star too fierce, too near, its brilliance painting the waves in liquid silver. No, not a star. The knowing crashes over her like a wave, stealing her breath. Arundil. Her lips shape his name, but no sound comes. The light answers anyway, flaring brighter as if in recognition. And in that silent conversation between earth and heaven, the truth settles into her bones. He has reached the Valor. He has succeeded, and he is not coming back. The grief is sharp, immediate. A knife between the ribs. She staggers, her knees meeting the damp sand, but the pain is not what she expected. It doesn't hollow her. It fills her, a terrible, beautiful fullness, as if every league he sailed, every storm he weathered, has been etched into her skin. The Silmaril burns against her collarbone, its light twining with the star above, and suddenly she's laughing through tears, because of course, he would become the light he carried. Of course, he would leave his body behind to keep his promise. The twins, barely more than toddlers, come toddling down the beach, their small hands clutching fistfuls of seaweed. They stop, wide-eyed, as the new star's glow washes over their faces. "Mama," one murmurs, pointing. "Fire." Elwing gathers them close, their small bodies warm against her. "No, my loves," she whispers. "That's your father." Their confusion is a tangible thing, but she doesn't explain. How could she? Some truths are too vast for words. Instead, she hums the lullaby Arundil once sang to them, the notes trembling in the space between her lips and the sky. High above, the star flickers, just once like a wink, like a shared secret. And in that moment, Elwing understands the cruelest, kindest truth of all. Love doesn't need proximity to thrive. It needs only to be acknowledged, to be held aloft like a lantern in the dark. The wind returns, carrying the scent of faraway storms and celestial meadows, and with it comes a whisper, not in her ears, but in her marrow. "I am with you." The children gasp as the star's light spills over the waves, painting a road of shimmering gold across the sea, a path that leads nowhere and everywhere, a bridge only the heart can cross. Elwing rises, sand clinging to her skirts, and lifts her face to the heavens. Let the historians call it a star. Let the poets name it a sign. She knows better. It's a vow, written in a language only they speak, a promise that not even the weight of the sky can break. The twins press against her legs, their tiny fingers tangling in her hem, and together they stand, earthbound and rooted, watching the light that was once a man, once a husband, once a father, burn steadfast against the gathering night. Somewhere, a nightingale begins to sing. Somewhere, a ship without an anchor sails on, and the sea, ever faithful, carries the echo of both. The first to see it are the shepherds in the foothills of Erendil, their faces upturned as the darkness fractures above them. A new star, no, not a star, but a light too fierce, too close, burns where only emptiness had been. Their flocks bleed in restless circles, sensing the shift in the air before the humans do. One elder, his beard frosted with years, drops to his knees in the damp grass. The mariner's light, he rasps, though no scrolls or songs have yet given it a name. His granddaughter, barely tall enough to reach his shoulder, clutches his sleeve. Will it scare the wolves away? She asks. The old man's laughter is wet with tears. No, child, it scares the dark. Word travels faster than any rider could. In the ruined halls of Minigroth, where spiders spin their webs between broken pillars, a band of surviving elves pauses mid-step. The Silmarill's reflection glimmers in a stagnant pool, and for the first time since the dragonfire, someone sings. The melody is ragged, off-key, but it rises nonetheless, a defiant spark against the silence. Further east, in the smoke-choked camps of the Edain, a young mother traces the star's outline on her child's grimy palm. See, she whispers, even the sky remembers us. But it's in Angban's shadow that the light does its sharpest work. Orcs hiss and shield their eyes, their crude armor suddenly grotesque in the unflinching radiance. Deep below, in chambers where the air tastes of sulfur and despair, a dark lord stirs. The star's gleam slithers through cracks in the mountain's roots, painting his pallid face in grotesque stripes. His fingers twitch not in fury, but in something far more dangerous, recognition. This is no celestial accident. This is a challenge, thrown down by hands that refuse to break. And so the stories bloom like flowers after frost, around campfires and in mead halls, in the hushed corners of refugee caves and the ruined courtyards of fallen cities, voices rise. They speak of a ship that sailed beyond the world, of a love so vast it etched itself into the heavens. The details twist with each telling. Some claim Arundil wrestled a dragon among the stars, others that he bargained with the Valar, using his own heartbeat as currency. But the core remains unshakable. Light endures, even here, even now. A dwarf smith in Nogrod pauses mid-hammer, sweat dripping from his brow, as he studies the strange new glint in the gem he's setting. A fisherwoman in Valor mends her nets by its glow, humming a tune her grandmother swore came from the sea itself. And on the westernmost edge of the world, where the waves crash endlessly against the cliffs, a single white seabird takes flight, its wings gilded by the star's radiance, its cry lost in the wind. Some say it circles 3 times before vanishing into the east. Some say it never lands at all. The dark will not vanish in an instant. Swords still rust, hearts still falter. But something irreversible has occurred. The night is no longer empty, and when a ragged soldier on the front lines lifts his eyes to that distant fire, his grip tightens on his sword. Not because he believes the star will strike down his enemies, but because he knows, deep in his marrow, that someone, somewhere, refused to let the story end in shadow. That is enough. For now, that is everything. Years unspool like threads of silver, yet the star of Erendil never wavers, its light a fixed point in the ever-turning sky. Travelers on forgotten roads mark their paths by its glow, their faces upturned as if drinking in some celestial benediction. Bards no longer sing merely of his deeds, they weave his essence into the very rhythm of their verses, so that every strum of the harp carries the salt spray of Ingalot's wake. Every chorus echoes the creak of rigging in celestial winds. And the children, oh, the children, their small fingers tracing constellations in the dirt, their voices hushed as they trade tales of the mariner who became light itself. Look, one whispers, tugging a friend's sleeve as twilight deepens. There's his ship. Can't you see the sails? What makes this more than legend is the way it lives in the ordinary. A farmer pauses mid-plow, wiping sweat from his brow, and finds strength in that distant gleam. A widow lights her evening candle beneath its glow, the flame flickering in time with some silent, ancient rhythm. Even the scholars, with their scrolls and star charts, pause in their debates, because how does one measure a light that burns not just in the sky, but in the marrow of those who dare to hope? Erendil's legacy isn't locked in the past. It's etched into the present every time a sailor steers by his radiance, every time a lost soul lifts their eyes and remembers they are not alone. And the stories mutate, as stories do. In one village, they say the star hums a lullaby on midwinter nights, a melody only the pure of heart can hear. In another, they swear it flickers in warning when danger nears. The dwarves tell of a time it blazed blood red above their forges, guiding them to veins of mithril hidden deep in the stone. The elves, ever sorrowful, ever wise, speak of it in quieter tones, a reminder that even the brightest joy is laced with sacrifice. Yet for all the variations, the core remains. Here was a love so fierce it outshone oblivion. On the darkest nights, when the wind howls through the cracks of the world, the star burns brightest. It's no accident. It's a choice. The same one Erendil made on the deck of his ship. The same one we're all asked to make when shadows press close. Do we fold, or do we kindle our own light, however small, and add it to the great tapestry of defiance above? The answer whispers in the rustle of leaves, in the crash of waves, in the quiet courage of ordinary hearts, who have never held a Silmaril, but carry its fire all the same. So the years turn, and the star endures not as a relic, but as a companion, a promise, proof that some journeys don't end. They change form, spilling beyond the edges of maps and the confines of time. And when a new generation points to the heavens and asks, "Who lit that flame?" the old ones smile, their eyes bright with memory. "Ah," they say, "that's a tale best told under open sky." And the telling begins again, fresh as dawn. Yet shadows still creep at the edges of the world, slithering through cracks no light can fully pierce. Morgoth may be bound, but his malice lingers like a stain on the fabric of creation. A whisper in the howl of the north wind, a flicker of movement just beyond the firelight's reach. Farmers speak of crops that wither overnight despite rich soil. Shepherds find their flocks huddled in terror at dawn, though no wolf tracks mark the earth. Even the stars, once a comfort, sometimes seem to dim when a particular chill rides the air. The question isn't whether Erendil's light is beautiful. It is It's whether beauty alone can withstand the slow, patient rot of a darkness that has learned to wait. In the forges of Angband, now silent but not empty, something stirs. Not Morgoth himself. His chains hold but the echoes of his will, seeping into the dreams of those already bent toward despair. A blacksmith in a ruined village pounds his anvil not to mend plows, but to shape blades with edges that gleam too hungrily. A once gentle minstrel plucks at his harp with fingers that now crave discord, not melody. The world balances on a knife's edge, and the star above, for all its brilliance, cannot illuminate every corner. Yet here's the paradox. Light is not a wall, it's a spark, and sparks demand kindling. When a mother in a war-scarred village lifts her child to see Erendil's glow and whispers, "That's the mariner who refused to surrender," she isn't just telling a story. She's passing on the ember. When an elf lord raises his sword in that same radiance, his battle cry isn't merely defiance, it's collaboration. The star doesn't fight the dark. It reminds the world how to, but reminders can fade. That's the fear that coils in the marrow of even the bravest hearts. What if memory isn't enough? What if the day comes when the star still shines, but those below forget what it means? The answer hides in the quietest moments, in the way a fisherman repairs his nets beneath its gleam, humming an old tune about the sea's mercy. In the way two old enemies, both scarred by the same war, share a wineskin under its light and find, for once, no bitterness in the draught. The light doesn't vanquish the dark. It gives the dark no quarter to claim what's already ablaze. So the question lingers, unanswered not for lack of trying, but because it was never Erendil's to answer alone. His sacrifice was the kindling, the fire that belongs to those still standing beneath the open sky, hands cupped around the fragile, furious flame of their own choosing. The storm will come, the shadows will rise, but light, once set loose in the world, is a stubborn thing. It lingers, it waits. And when the moment comes, it asks, not, "Is this enough?" but, "What will you do with it?" The boat is little more than splintered wood and stubbornness, its hull patched with tar and prayer. Yet when the old seafarer pushes it into the waves at dusk, the timbers groan like they remember another voyage. No Silmaril hangs at their throat, just a tarnished locket, holding a curl of their child's hair. No Valor wait at journey's end, only the ache of a life spent watching the horizon. But overhead, Erendil's star burns brighter tonight, its light pooling on the water like a path of liquid silver. The seafarer hesitates. Is it arrogance to chase a legend? Or is it something far simpler, the refusal to let the embers of hope gutter out? The first night tests them. Winds scream through the rigging, tearing at the sails with fingers of ice. Salt crusts their lips, their skin, their thoughts. Yet whenever they glance upward, the star holds steady, its glow cutting through the storm like a blade through canvas. Strange how light can be both comfort and challenge. It doesn't calm the waves, but it reminds the seafarer why they chose to face them. By dawn, their hands are raw, their throat hoarse from shouting into the gale, but something in their chest hums, an echo of the lullaby their grandmother used to sing, about a mariner who traded his home for the sky. By the third night, the sea changes, not in temper, but in texture. The waves roll slower, their crests shimmering with bioluminescent blue, as if the ocean itself has decided to mirror the heavens. The seafarer leans over the prow, mesmerized, and that's when they hear it, a sound beneath the slap of water against wood, Not a voice, not a song, but a rhythm, deep and resonant, like the heartbeat of some great beast sleeping beneath the waves. The star's reflection fractures on the water, reforming into shapes too fleeting to name. A ship's silhouette, an outstretched hand, a crown of light. They aren't alone. The realization should terrify them. Instead, it settles like a weight in their palms, steadying them. Of course, the mariner watches, of course, the sky remembers. Every soul that dares to follow the light adds another thread to the tapestry. Erendil began weaving centuries ago. The seafarer laughs then, the sound swallowed by the wind, and adjusts their course. The star gleams, approving. Generations will pass. The boat will rot, the locket tarnish, the seafarer's name fade to dust. But on another shore, under the same star, a child will squint at the horizon and whisper, "What if I tried?" And the cycle, beautiful, brutal, unbroken, will begin again. There's a hush that falls over the shore just before dawn, a breath-held moment when the waves seem to pause mid-crest and the stars lean closer to the earth. It's in this silence that the voice comes, not as a sound, but as a presence, like the brush of a fingertip against your wrist when you thought you were alone. Some claim it carries the scent of salt and myrrh. Others swear it tastes of starlight melting on the tongue. But all who hear it agree, this is no ordinary whisper. It's the echo of a mariner's vow, stretched thin across centuries, yet still thrumming with the weight of the love that forged it. Listen closely. Beneath the sigh of the tide, there's a melody, fragments of a lullaby half remembered, a tune your grandmother might have hummed as she rocked you to sleep. The notes are worn smooth by time, but their essence remains, a story of sacrifice, of a light kindled not for glory, but because the dark asked for too much. Fishermen on the night watch hear it and find their hands steadying on the oars. Mothers humming over cradles catch the refrain and feel, for a heartbeat, the warmth of another's arms around their shoulders. Even the trees seem to lean into it, their leaves trembling as if trying to catch every syllable. What's extraordinary isn't just that the voice endures, but how it changes shape to meet the listener. To a child frightened by storms, it's a promise. The sky watches over you. To a warrior nursing old wounds, it's a challenge. What will you do with your scars? And to those standing at the crossroads of despair, it's neither comfort nor rebuke, but a simple question. Will you let the light in? The answers, of course, are as varied as the souls who hear it. A weaver in Gondolin's ruins might knot the words into her tapestries. A dwarf miner might carve them into the stone above his bunk, where the glow of his lantern makes the letters shimmer like distant stars. Perhaps the most haunting truth is this: the voice doesn't belong to Erendil alone. It's woven from the hopes of everyone who's ever lifted their eyes to his star and whispered a prayer. The sailor lost in fog, the scholar straining to decipher ancient texts, the lover tracing constellations on their beloved's palm. Each adds a thread to the tapestry. The voice grows richer with every retelling, not because the facts change, but because love, like starlight, expands to fill the space it's given. So when the twilight deepens and the air hums with something just beyond hearing, don't strain too hard. The voice isn't found in the listening, but in the answering. It's in the way your breath catches when the star's reflection glides across the water toward you, in the sudden certainty that no act of courage, no matter how small, goes unwitnessed. The sea will always murmur its secrets, the stars will always keep their vigil, and the mariner's voice, it was never meant to be heard with ears alone. The tale of Erendil's voyage doesn't just linger in scrolls or songs. It seeps into the bones of the world itself, becoming as vital as the air or the tides. Scholars in sunlit libraries trace its patterns like astronomers mapping the heavens, debating whether the star's light carries prophecy or merely reflects the stubborn hope of those who gaze upon it. Young apprentices lean over parchment, ink-stained fingers sketching the curve of Vingalot's prow, while philosophers argue in hushed tones. Is the mariner's sacrifice a lesson in duty, or a warning about the price of bearing light in a world that thrives in shadows? The debates never end, but the questions themselves become a kind of tribute, proof that the story is alive, still unfolding in the spaces between words. Artists, though, they understand in ways scholars cannot. A weaver in linden threads silver into her tapestries, making the stars glow shimmer as if pulled straight from the sky. A potter in rune etches the ship's silhouette into clay, his fingers remembering the shape before his mind does. And the poets, they abandon grand epics for simpler truths. A verse about the way the star's light catches on a child's tear, or how it turns ordinary puddles into pools of liquid mercury after the rain. Beauty, they remind us, is not just in the grand gestures, but in the way those gestures ripple through the quietest moments. Then there are the warriors. Not the proud lords in their polished armor, but the ragged defenders at the edges of the fray, the ones who have learned to measure courage in inches, not miles. They don't pray to the star, they nod to it, as one veteran to another. A scout stranded behind enemy lines watches its glow through the canopy and remembers that isolation isn't the same as abandonment. A healer, exhausted and bloodied, catches its reflection in her scalpel and finds the strength to make one more incision. The light doesn't shield them from arrows or despair, but it does something far more vital. It reminds them that they are part of a story larger than their fear. And so the legend grows beyond its origins, woven into the fabric of daily life. Farmers plant their crops by its phases, lovers pledge their vows beneath its glow, and even the skeptical, the ones who scoff at fairy tales, pause when they pass a window at night and catch that flicker in the sky. They might shrug and call it superstition, but their breath still catches, just for a heartbeat, because some truths don't need to be believed to be felt. The star itself never speaks, never intervenes. It simply burns, constant as a heartbeat, silent as a promise, and perhaps that's the greatest magic of all. Not that it changes the world, but that it gives the world a way to change itself. When a thief chooses mercy over profit, when a stranger shares their last crust of bread, when a child reaches up as if to pluck the light from the sky, that's when the celestial voyage stops being a story about Arundil and starts being a story about all of us. The mariner's light was never meant to end his journey. It was meant to begin ours. The darkness doesn't creep, it lunges. One moment, the heavens are alive with Arundil's radiance. The next, a void yawns open like a fanged maw, swallowing entire constellations whole. The star's light flickers, not from fading, but from sheer defiance, as if the very fabric of the sky is being unraveled thread by thread. This isn't just nightfall, it's annihilation, a hunger older than Morgoth, older than the first notes of the Aenor's song. And the mariner, though his body is now starlight and his ship a celestial beacon, feels something he thought he'd left behind in mortal flesh: fear. Not for himself, but for the world below, where eyes still turn upward, trusting his glow to guide them through their own darkness. The Silmaril at his core pulses erratically, its brilliance straining against the encroaching shadow. Memories surge, Elwing's hands cradling the jewel, her whispered plea as she pressed it into his palms, the way its light had mirrored the fire in her eyes. That's when he understands this isn't a battle of strength, but of will. The void thrives on despair, on the belief that no light lasts forever. So Erendil does the only thing left to him. He stops resisting. He lets the darkness in. For a heartbeat, the star winks out entirely. The world below gasps. A child clutching a wooden ship model bursts into tears. An old sailor, midway through a toast to the mariner's courage, drops his cup, but in that absolute blackness, something stirs, a spark, then another. Not from the Silmaril, but from the echoes of every life, Erendil's light has touched, the farmer who planted seeds by its glow, the healer who sutured wounds under its watch, the lovers who traced its reflection on each other's skin. Their hopes, their stubborn, fragile faith, rush upward like embers on the wind, gathering in the hollow where the star once burned, and then rebirth. The explosion of light tears through the void like a blade through parchment, so fierce it paints the clouds below in hues of gold and amethyst. Vingalat's sails billow with celestial fire, the constellations realigning themselves around its prow, as if paying homage. The mariner's voice, though no longer mortal, rings clear across the cosmos. You cannot extinguish what you did not kindle. The darkness recoils, not in defeat, but in revelation. It has met something it cannot comprehend. Love once given cannot be undone. Sacrifice once made cannot be unlived. The star burns steadier now, brighter, as if tempered by the trial. Far below, the child wipes her tears and points. The sailor laughs, clutching his chest, and in the ruins of a fallen city, a single white flower pushes through cracked stone, its petals unfolding toward the sky. The lesson isn't just in the light's return, but in its refusal to vanish quietly. Some flames don't just endure. They deepen, they root, they become as unshakable as the dawn. And Arundil, once a man, then a star, now something far greater, sails on, not because he must, but because he remembers the weight of a hand in his, the sound of a lullaby, the promise that even eternity is too small a price to pay for the chance to keep the dark at bay. One more night, one more lifetime, one more age of the world. The night sky holds its breath as Erendil's star pulses, a rhythm older than time, yet fresh as the last tear shed on a lover's cheek. This is no ending, but a quiet reckoning, the moment a legend stops being a story and becomes part of the air we breathe. Farmers in distant valleys still pause mid-plow when its light catches their eye, not because they recall every detail of the mariner's tale, but because something in their marrow recognizes the glow as kin. Children tracing constellations in the dirt invent new names for it, unaware they're retelling the oldest truth. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to shine despite it. And what of the darkness? It hasn't vanished. It can't. Like the tide, it ebbs and flows, gnawing at the edges of the world. But here's the marvel: the star doesn't fight it. It simply exists, unwavering, proving that light isn't defined by what it destroys, but by what it makes visible. A fisherman, lost in a squall, spots its gleam through the sleet and remembers his wife's laughter. A soldier, knee-deep in muck, catches its reflection on his blade and thinks of his newborn's fingers curled around his thumb. These are the battles Erendil wins now, not with swords or storms, but by reminding fractured hearts that they're still capable of wonder. The scholars will argue for ages about where the mariner ends and the star begins. The poets will spin verses of his radiance, his sacrifice, his undying vigil. But the real magic lies in the spaces between their words, in the way a weary traveler, stumbling upon an unfamiliar road, instinctively searches the sky for that familiar glow. They might not know his name, they might never have heard the tale, yet when they whisper, "Guide me home," and the light seems to brighten just for them, they understand the deepest truth. Some loves are too vast to be contained by flesh or time. So the heavens keep their watch, and the world, in all its messy, aching beauty, keeps looking up. Wars will rage, kingdoms rise and fall, and still that star burns, not as a relic, but as a promise. A reminder that no act of love, no matter how small, is ever wasted. That even when we feel adrift, there's a light that refuses to let us wander alone. Erendil's voyage didn't end when he became starlight. It began, and every time a hand reaches skyward, every time a voice rises in the dark, the mariner's journey continues, not in the heavens, but here, in the quiet, stubborn hope that binds us all.
you.